Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, Moorish Empire, God dang, you're right, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, late evening U.S. people. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, and all those other things. Welcome to today. Today is day 15 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Wouldn't miss today for a whole bunch of money. Like a stupid amount of money, yeah, I'd miss it, but not a whole bunch. There is going to be fireworks in the courtroom today, I presume. If you're gonna watch a day, this day and the day that they talk to a proctor are gonna be the days to watch. What's going on today? Well, we've got a witness on the stand that may have been less than truthful during her testimony, Jennifer McCabe. We're still about 7 minutes away from the court starting. Well, the court getting ready to start the day. But before we do that, I just want to review a few things. First of all, I'm sure we're going to have some cross-examination on the issue of her texting, Google searching how long to die in the cold and when, where, and how that happened. So I'm expecting some cross-examination fireworks there. But also her narrative, a whole lot of the prosecution's case centers around her narrative that Karen Reed was all freaked out and all getting all amped up and, oh my God, I hit him. I think I hit him. Did I hit him? I might have hit him and all this stuff. And then she got, okay, well, we'll let her do this. I'm getting ahead of myself because this is an exciting day. I'm locked and loaded. I've got my popcorn here in my Dune popcorn bucket, not the dumb ones that they used in the States. These are nice popcorn buckets. And I've got a great cocktail here. I have 4 great cocktails here. This is a Manhattan, which is rye and vermouth. Just pour that off in my glass here. The first one. There we go. Set that aside for a bit because we're gonna be having a good time tonight, I assume. All right, let's get her on the stand, shall we? We're just coming straight out of the gate here. So as always, welcome. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button. I'll put up a poll a little bit later, but don't forget to download your bingo cards. We got a revamped bingo card. So take care of that. And while we do this little review in the run up here, and now, why does everybody? My phone is dead silent all day long, and as soon as I go live, people start sending text and stuff. All right, now it's muted, so I hear it no more. Download your bingo card. No, you don't have to download it. Just generate your bingo card. It's been revamped a little bit. Hit the like and subscribe button. And get ready for it, because we're going to go back in time. Let's go back to the last day of testimony, where Jennifer McCabe is undergoing her direct examination by the prosecutor. Let's listen to her story, because this is going to be central, I think, to the cross-examination here. So, all right, let's bring this up here. Embiggen, move me out of the way. Don't start the bingo cards yet, people. This is just the warm-up for however many people are here. How many people are here? We've currently got 223 people here. Get on in here, peeps. Send out messages, send out tweets. Let all your friends know that the action is happening right here. And this is the place they're going to want to be for the shenanigans that happened today. All right, we've got in the Karen Reed trial. We've got Jennifer McCabe here on the stand. She's a bit of a different witness. She's unusual. She seems to have a vendetta against Karen for some reason. Perhaps she liked John. I don't know. But here is her description that the prosecution is relying heavily on for their theory of what happened. This is what happened when they got to the house, when they got to Brian Albert's house, because Jennifer McCabe drove Karen Reed's car. Karen Reed was in the other woman's car, and they all got to Brian Albert's house together. So here we go. Listen to her description of what occurred.
About how long a drive is it from your house to Mr. O'Keefe's?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
And when you get to Mr. O'Keefe's house, where do you park?
I pull in the straight in the driveway.
And after you pull into the driveway, at some point you all get out, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall who pulled in first, as far as who was in front of who on the way to Meadows, yourself or Miss Roberts?
I believe I was in front.
In front.
You would have pulled in the driveway and parked, and Miss Roberts would have pulled in and parked behind, correct?
Yes.
And then the other car
So
parked
after
behind.
the three of you get out of your respective vehicles, what happened?
Karen brings us to the back of the
car. Put this stuff in your head. Lock this in your old noggins up here. She said Karen comes out of the vehicle behind her, and they take she takes these other two women, all three of them, to the back of the SUV
car, and she says, "Look, see, I have a cracked taillight."
Takes him to the back of the car, says, "Look, see, I have a cracked taillight."
And where on the vehicle was she directing yourself and Miss Roberts' attentions?
The back right.
So passenger side, rear part of the vehicle.
Yes.
And when you looked at that area of the vehicle, what could you see at that?
I saw that there were missing pieces, but there was also snow covering it. And Karen was screaming, "Look, look." And then Kerry was screaming back at her. It was very chaotic. So I didn't stare in depth, but what I can tell you is I saw missing pieces from the taillight.
And at some point, about how long a period of time is this that you're out in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway looking at the cracked taillight?
Not long, because then Kerry's, yelling at her, telling her she's crazy and that she was driving around drunk and she could have hit anything, and kind of rushes us to go into the house.
So here we've got all of this. They get out of the car. Karen takes them back here and says, "See, I've got my cracked taillight." She goes, "Oh my God, look, there is a cracked taillight there." Meanwhile, you got the other girls screaming at her, "You're crazy, you're driving around drunk, you could have done anything." They're having this conversation, and Karen's trying to rush them into the house or something like that.
To look in there for John.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask if I could publish on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
So now let's see what the video showed. Always go to the tape. We've got a tape there. So let's go to the tape and see what the tape shows, shall we? Let's see if it has anything remotely to do with what she just testified to. This is the video of them arriving and getting out. Now, remember, what you're going to see on this video, allegedly, is Jennifer McCabe getting out of the black SUV. Karen Reed and the other woman getting out of the vehicle behind. Karen's going to bring them over, show them she's got a cracked taillight, and see, I've got a cracked taillight. Then she's going to go, oh, yes, there is a cracked taillight. The other friend is going to be saying, you're crazy, you were driving drunk, you could have done anything. They're going to have this conversation, and Karen Reed is going to rush them into the house. Well, let's see what happens on the video. Okay, one person's getting out.
Ms. McCabe, directing your attention up to the screen. What's been marked as Exhibit 6 or video from Exhibit 6? Do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
I do.
What do you recognize?
That's myself getting out of the car at Meadows Ave.
Is that essentially where you parked Ms. Reed's vehicle when you pulled in?
Yes.
If you could just direct the jury's attention with a laser pointer as to where Ms. Reed's vehicle is that you parked, and if you see Ms. Roberts' vehicle.
That is Miss Reed's, and that would be Miss Roberts.
Okay, Roberts and Reed are in the
And
back.
as far as the right garage door that you entered into the house, if you could direct the jury's attention to whereabouts that would, I know it's not on the video, but where would it be?
Now, Reed, remember, is supposed to take them back, show them the taillight.
Walk
They're
straight.
going to have a conversation. Someone's going to be yelling at her.
Run this.
All of this is going to happen. She doesn't walk anywhere near the tail light. She walks straight into the garage. This is the woman who said that Karen Reed came out of this car, brought her around to the back, pointed out the cracked taillight, and had a discussion with her. She goes straight into there. She walks out of the goddamn car and walks straight into the garage.
Walk straight.
And this was only about 30 minutes after she told this story. Straight into the house. They come straight in the house. Not a single person walked anywhere near the back of that car. Not a single person. That is going to be a big point for cross-examination, I believe. I mean, that the video totally contradicts her story. And like they showed this video and she described the video just a few minutes after she told the story of how they all got out of the car. She brought him around. She pointed the taillight and all that other stuff. Yeah, so I think this is going to be an incredible cross-examination. I'm expecting some brutality, a brutal cross-examination beatdown of epic proportions. So let's bring up today's court so we can all see what we're not missing. They haven't started yet. Let's embiggen it and then ensmallen it over here so we can keep an eye on what's going on. All right. Whew. This is going to be fun. This is going to be a good cross-examination. I've been waiting all weekend for this. And we got a couple of things here to address in the meantime. Jessica Lynn joining the Clean and Sober crew. Woo! Thank you, Jennifer Lynn, for joining the Clean and Sober crew. You are the boss. Thank you so much for joining. That is awesome. And Pro Farrier, I got your Instagram. I sent you a DM on Instagram about Vegas. Also, all these witnesses are lying liars. They are lying liars. That's just how it goes. Sometimes it happens, you know. Wait, I've got a new button for this. I put a new button in specific. There we go. Liar. There we go. we've got a new button for that. We've got the court button. All right. So yeah, I got your DM. I will respond. Think Saturday afternoon. All right. Thank you so much, Pro Farrier, for giving us the super chat to kick off the super chats. Keep them coming. All right. Whew, let's get ready to rumble because we are having fun. We got a little bit of time to kill here while we wait for the court to start. So generate your bingo card. We've got the bingo card link pinned up there. We've revamped it. And let's see. If you want to review the bingo card, we can do that right now. This is what's going to be on our bingo card now. Most of it's the same. There's a few things that are different. We need to embiggen it, don't we? Let's embiggen, embiggen, embiggen. That's not even embiggen enough. There we go. We've got, this is my bingo card for the day. Mark off the free space. Judge cuts off defense questioning. That's a new one. Judge calls for sidebar. Forced to admit a lie. Body on the front lawn. And let's see, are we in court yet? Nope. Court has not started yet. I saw some motion, but it was an illusion. It was an optical illusion. We're not ready for court yet. All right, let's go back to the card here. The body on the front lawn, we get a ceiling Dion. For those of you that don't know, ceiling Dion is what we've named the ceiling fan. Darth Vader mic breathing, heavy Boston accent, broken taillight, lip smacking witness, mention of first responder, talking about bad weather. Witness asks, can you rephrase that? That's a new one because that's a really awkward statement that normal people don't use in normal conversation. In normal conversation, if they don't understand something or if they don't hear something, they would just say, could you repeat that, please? Or could you ask it in a different way? But they all seem to be using exactly the same phrase. Can you rephrase that? Lawyer calls for sidebar, severe cross-examnesia. That's a term I borrowed from Legal Bites. That's the horrible condition of losing your memory on cross-examination. I'm gonna define severe cross-examnesia as 5 I don't knows or I don't recalls from a single witness. Internet search. That's for the how long it takes to die of cold. Doggo Cam, if we unleash Doggo Cam, the dogs are here and ready and waiting if that happens. It's been a while. If they talk about the marks on Mr. O'Keefe, if they talk about the marks on John O'Keefe, if they mention the dog Chloe, poor Chloe that has been rehomed to somewhere in Vermont, rip. Lawyer calls, we already got down here. What if anything? By the way, we came really, really close. I did a search last time. We had 90 what if any's or who if any's. So we came 10 away from having to do a double shot of absinthe. Woohoo! Narrowly dodged that bullet. So the what if anything, if the judge sighs into the microphone, the prosecution always does this. Could you tell me the sort of this, whatever? He does that a lot. So we've got the prosecution says sort of. If the prosecutor coughs nervously, he's been doing that a lot. When he gets caught off guard or when he's not sure what to do next. If we hear the siren outside of the court, or who, if any. Those are our bingo card options for today. So generate your bingo card from the pinned link and get ready to play along at home. And if you get bingo, you get bingo. Don't restart the cards. Don't do any of that. We'll just go to like full blackout. Let us know when you get the 4 corners marked in, or if you get like a double bingo or a T bingo. We're just having fun, making sure we pay attention. So that's what we do here. All right, we're just now, as you can see here, waiting for court to start. And God knows when that's going to happen. It should have started now. Well, do you think now is a time to put up a guilty or innocent poll yet? I think it's time. Let's do that. Let's do that for today's poll. Like, subscribe, and vote. Is Karen Reed, in your opinion, not what do you think the jury is going to do, in your opinion, Karen Reed is guilty. Wow, the dogs are already snoring up a storm. Guilty. Not guilty. I am a wishy-washy undecided person. Okay, there we go. That's our poll for today. It's now locked and loaded and ready to go. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And if you have hit the subscribe button, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed, please. We're inching closer and closer, ever closer to 77,000 subscribers. We're about 360 something away. So we're getting closer. And our like and subscribe poll, once you've hit the like and made sure you're subscribed, is, in your opinion, Karen Reed is guilty, not guilty, or I'm a wishy-washy undecided person. All right, we'll check in an hour or so and see what people are saying about that. But we've got 424 people here, 216 likes. That means half of you haven't done your job. The 50% of you that are just sitting here listening to me, waiting for court to start, what are you doing? It takes no time and it costs you nothing. Just get on down there and smash the like button. Boosh McFadden has once again become a new member. Thank you for becoming a new member once again. Always appreciated. Thank you so much, Boosh. And also, Boosh is also a new member for 6 months. He's a new member for 6 months. Not sure how you work that, but thanks. Hi, Jeff. The Law Rack stash is coming back in nicely since he went Richard Pryor. Vice chat is best chat. Changed my mind. It's getting longer. Now it's to the scruffy side where it doesn't look like anything, but in a few months, it'll start to be able to be shaped. Once we repair the barbecue grill damage to it. But it'll be years before it looks all nice and awesome again. Okay, well, Silent PS says, don't think the prosecutor has even established John is dead yet. You know what? They haven't. They honestly haven't. They've had people testify, and I guess they had a funeral, but no, they haven't put a medical examiner on to talk about the injuries, to talk about the cause of death. They haven't done that yet. So, I mean, that's got to be coming soon, because they said that their trial is expected. Their part of the deal is supposed to take 4 weeks, 4 weeks of calendar time. So we're not too far away from that. This is day 15. So figure in the weekends, they got about a week left. So they need to put on some medical evidence. They need to put on some cause of death, some injury stuff. They've got to do something, because they got a whole lot of zilch right now. Not a thing. This has been a very, very odd trial. It has. There was the DNA evidence that they submitted two swabs in the murder of a cop. They've submitted 2 swabs for testing, and they were asked to test for dog DNA, I guess, to try to rebut the defense's arguments that Chloe had something to do with it. It came back negative for dog, but positive for pig. That's kind of weird. Unless they were like having bacon bits and like bacon bit wrestling or something beforehand. I don't know. But all right, we are in court now, folks. The court has arrived. Let's see what we got here. We do have Cherry Reed, who's been a member for 7 months. I would love to see you and the Glarer together. Who or what is the Glarer? I'm not familiar with who or what the Glarer is. Well, yes, Boosh, we made that joke. We definitely did make that joke. Thank you so much, Cherry Reed, for being a member for 7 months and supporting us for that long. All right, we are going to take this off mute and assume trial position. There we go. Karen Reed looking like she's wearing a Scrabble board print t-shirt today. T-shirt, blouse. Sorry, I'm a dude. I'm wearing the same shirt I wore yesterday. That's how much I care about fashion. Is Ozzy joining? Yes, Hayden said he would be here in a bit. And speaking of Hayden being here in a bit, here's the bits of Hayden we like to see. Oh, he's not on camera. Boo, you ruined. I was going to say, that's the bits of Hayden we like to see, but alas. Maybe this is the parts of Hayden we want to see. I don't know. All right. How you doing, sir?
Tired as all hell, but happy to be here so we can see where this is going to go, because this is probably the last bit of coverage that I'll do for probably the next 10 days. So I'm interested to see where this goes.
I think it's going to go incredibly rough. I think it's going to be a brutal beatdown. because
He's
they're
hoping.
gonna cross-examine her on that the search and delete of the how long does it take to die of cold, and the video that completely contradicts what she said. She said, "Oh yeah, I parked the car, then they got out of the car and she brought me around. She showed me the broken taillights, and then none of that happened. They got straight out of the car and went straight into the garage, as the video shows. So I think there's going to be some cross-examination on that. It's going to be interesting, though. May the fungening begin. Exactly. Silent PS.
Well, I mean, she tried to hammer home so much, and it was it just sounds like complete and utter BS that she was just pulling out her ass. So
I believe the judge has toppled over. What was that noise? All right. Oh, Jackson's looking a little surprised about something there. He was getting all bulgy-eyed. Maybe he's got a thyroid issue today. I don't know.
It's quite the menagerie.
What are you whispering, Judge? And again, people, we're just about getting ready to get started here, so make sure you generate your bingo card from the pinned link. Feedback. Cherry Reed with a super chat. Thank you so much. Dang, that is pretty damn generous of you. So you get some bells for that. YouTuber The Glarer. He is covering this case too. He's funny. You're still my favorite though. Love y'all. Wow. I've never heard of him. Does he glare? I'm just with a name like The Glarer, he better glare a lot. Thank you. I'll check him out.
You know what? I'll be right back.
All right, please.
Judge,
left her coffee in chambers, probably.
she forgot to take the potty break.
She got out of there damn fast. You might be right.
She just ran.
She did.
Well, there's not a bingo space for that. But all right, so the judge comes in, makes everybody sit down, then says, "Oh, I'll be right back." Great. Somebody's whispering. Oh, where are we going? Where are we going? Are we going to get it? Nope, the jury's coming.
Oh, what's the copy?
Hey. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, Counsel. Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning, Judge.
I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain
What
from
is your
discussing
favorite
this case
color?
with anyone since we left here on Friday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from
What
doing
is
any
your
independent
quest?
research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
Miss McCabe is in the hot seat. All right, we'll bring up our banner down here. And Cherry Reed with a $20 super chat makes her the vice racks of the day so far.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give in court and jury in the case on hand should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Good morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, he's ready.
Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
Yes.
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
Yes.
You also indicated that you know Miss Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
Yes.
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
No.
He was not a McCabe, correct?
No.
He was not an Albert.
No.
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
This is they took care.
Correct.
They framed her because she's an outsider
No.
thing that they
She's not
talked
an
about in
outlaw.
opening.
No.
Ms. McCabe, when you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning
Got
hours
my
of the
popcorn
29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No.
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, the O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which one?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagle, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina O'Keefe was close by, close himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina O'Keefe was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes.
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
Yes.
You said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
We were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Actually, it's a little bit longer than that. It may be a minute. Can we pause this, Mr. Hicks?
Okay, this is them leaving the waterfall.
For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12:10, 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Hicks, to 12:10 in about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize the music. Pause, please. That's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting, no.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Now do you see a person?
Yes,
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
Another witness is having problem identifying herself.
What's the point of having a security camera if you've got a flag that blows in the way of it?
Awesome. Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
You see someone to his right.
I do. Yes,
And who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes,
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No,
this frame?
that looks like they've walked away.
As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Or do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
I'll be asking the questions,
I
Ms.
get to ask the questions and you get to
Yes.
answer. So I'm asking you,
Mhm.
you see
Hold
yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're the one on the
Let's
stand,
go
you
for just a few more
broad.
seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turn around and left after Mr. O'Keefe and the person to his right walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe, "You're coming with me." You said to Karen Reed, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me."
Ooh, a little
I
snippy.
told Karen, "You're coming
also
with
not
me,"
what the video
because
showed.
John was still in the bar with
She just
Matt.
said, I told her she's coming with
Karen
me.
to come with
A
you
minute
in
ago,
your
she
car.
asked if she would come with
Yes.
her, if she
To give
wanted
her
to
a
come with
ride.
her. Here, she
Yes.
just said, I told
Separate
her she's
from
coming with
John
me.
Yes, I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're gonna go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important?
It'd be
at
funny
that
if you just
point,
used like an English accent to ask the
Miss
same
Reed
question.
To come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe.
There
They
was
asked it
never
differently.
any idea of separating them.
Except
Here's
for
the
the
line,
fact
Sheila,
the
ain't you,
idea
lady?
was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
My question
talking.
could be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John.
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
But not at the same time, ma'am, correct? Your idea is to bring Karen with you, separate and apart from John.
We were waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't
Even
you
if
just
you'd
come
followed
with me?" It
behind in
was
a separate
innocent.
car,
I'm not
you'd still be
asking for your
separating them.
explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Lau. I'm asking for a yes or no
Mhm.
question, or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the right over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview, some folks were already there, correct?
Yes.
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
On Friday, that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes,
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
yes.
Yes.
Exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please.
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
The more I see this, the more it looks like the Home
Relative
Alone
scale
house.
model of 34 Fairview.
Someone
Yes.
said that earlier today, but it's way too small by comparison.
True.
And all that leads me to believe is that the theory
This
about
would
McAllister's
be
being
front
into some
door,
serious
correct?
shit is
Yes.
more accurate.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer.
While she's pointing to the mailbox,
So you're
yes,
pointing
Mexican
to a
Vader, we
area
can
just
check off
in front
heavy
of
Boston accent on our
A
bingo
car that's in
cards.
the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Oh, that's interesting. When
Yes.
she just told who was in the
And
house,
the
she
rear end of
again
that
didn't
Jeep
mention
would be
Colin was
Butting
there.
up
Nice
against
catch,
the
Jen.
driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Nice catch.
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
It doesn't violate the best evidence rule because
No, because I
nobody took a
drove
picture
down
of
the
the house
street
at
and I
that
took
point
a
in
left
time.
into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
Okay. What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of the house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Might have.
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait. No, excuse me.
Hello.
Repeat the question.
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was because you told him what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car.
But how come
And
he
I
knows and you
asked him.
don't?
I possibly could have asked.
One at a
Question?
time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. I thought you.
That's okay. You can continue.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, thank you very much.
I don't think we got your answer, though.
This
Okay.
Yeah, I
bitch.
think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him.
What a snarky bitch.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January 29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? And where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Are we putting any words in your mouth?
No.
Let me say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Ms. Reed's SUV parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
No.
Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes.
Cancerous cockatoo. She has a resting bitch face. No, she's just in full bitch mode right now. She's not resting. She's in full on she's presenting.
She's in full flight.
Yeah, she was like one of those Jesus lizards. She'd be running across the water going right now.
You'll review that,
She's in full on bitch mode.
especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
Why did I do that?
I don't know, it was fucking funny.
Laugh. I make myself laugh sometimes. Guess I better clip that before somebody else does.
Too late.
Do you have that, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th?
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
Okay. I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you
She's
told
got
Trooper Proctor?
laser.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help?
No.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were.
Hey.
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
Just read it.
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory. You're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does. Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front
The
door,
gravy
the
regulator.
car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it. Do you think he's wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your attention once again to paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3, where you said the shit you just said you can't remember or didn't say.
You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay, and when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car
Not Ms. Reed.
in the spot where
What?
Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
No, he's asking
I
you.
will.
Oh God, I
And
can't
you
wait
never
for
mentioned,
Proctor's
according to that
examination and
report,
cross.
Not one
Oh,
word
yeah.
about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No.
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
No.
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
No.
And you never mentioned the Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the
Oh.
conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway to Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Oh, what do you
Speak
think?
at all.
Yes, we did.
Between now and, between
Sorry.
then and now. So
It didn't
Chris and Julie
start
Albert.
though. It just like went whoop whoop.
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
It
Have you
teased
spoken
us.
to them about these events?
Are you
between
seriously
then and
splitting
now?
hairs as bad as
about
she
this
is?
case? Is that what you're asking?
No. What do you add? What do you think I'm asking?
Yes,
Answer the
Mr.
fucking.
McCabe, I'm
I mean,
asking
answer the
about this
question.
case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
Objection.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case? Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically,
She's getting
no.
lip
When people
smacky.
came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
I've been asked if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
Then how do you know what
and
they
you've
know?
Talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question? Have you spoken to them about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
Phrases to be least incriminating.
Mm-hmm.
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance,
Mhm.
correct?
Correct.
Mhm.
Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night,
Correct.
and they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively
shit.
mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
Oh no,
I'm
you
asking
said the word.
questions, Ms. McCabe.
You said
That's
the
how this
word.
works.
I understand, but Extensively would
You
mean
said extensively. What the
almost
fuck
every
does it
day.
mean to you?
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come
Oh,
up
yeah,
every
Jim.
day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken
they
about.
are spoken
Whoa.
about.
So you've told
This
them your
bitch.
version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes.
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
That's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that your phone was
knew what she was
extracted,
doing?
correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
You're aware
Oh,
she
okay.
was wandering around the
You
neighborhood
know
at
that your phone was
1:30?
extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware
That's not what he asked.
of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioning by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes.
You were asked about the Life 360.
Yes.
You answered those questions very fluidly.
Yes,
Yes, I know what
Why are you
Life 360 is, I
backtracking
use it all the time, it's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
No, did you say
Sure.
it? What do you? Oh, okay. He's being nice. Let her see her testimony, because that's going to be the gotcha bitch moment right there.
Yeah.
Wow, she is being offstanding, man. Jesus. Cherry Reed, I would love to see you and the Glare together. Oh, I already read that. You get a twofer because you're so awesome. Island says, Jeff, please, nothing exciting till my meeting is over. Thank you. Well, I hope your meeting's over because we're getting spicy in here, Island. Thank you so much for the super chat. And Jonathan Drennan with a $5 super chat. This seems to be a theme at the beginning of Cross, smug and confrontational. When the other shoe drops, I'm excited to see the change in demeanor.
Yes.
We're seeing it here now. We're seeing it just went straight from confrontational to more confrontational.
Lines 13.
She looked like she was ready to jump the bench.
Yeah. Slip the table. Ah! Joe Pottinger, she thinks she's the smartest person in the room. Thank you so much for the
You
£2.
said 13 through
And
15.
clearly she's
Mhm.
not.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly. Woo, sweet baby Jesus on a dinosaur. This is awesome. But we're not getting any bingo things. I'm upset. We're just getting a brutal beatdown.
Okay.
Yeah, Ron?
Yes.
I need to add that to the bingo code.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer?
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life
her-
360 app to verify that she went
Around the neighborhood.
nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Ally did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? Ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Just like you
Yes.
believed her when she said, those aren't my cigarettes. I'm holding them for a
The Alberts
friend.
have a dog, had a dog, pardon me,
Dog.
correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
Mark off dog on your bingo card.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
after 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Chloe?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
How the hell did she not get pounced on?
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yeah, and the German Shepherd guard dog at the cop's house just laid
Yes.
there to the point she
And
doesn't
you
even
don't
know where
remember.
it was.
Yep.
A
Bullshit.
70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Even these two idiotic
No.
lump of potato
In fact, you don't remember
loaves
the
of
dog
bread,
being there
fat,
at
ugly,
all.
stupid bulldogs would
Correct.
go ape shit if somebody
You
came
never
in my
saw that dog.
In the
Correct?
middle
I
of
have
the
no
day,
memory of seeing that dog.
when we were not
Okay, so
home,
as
and
you
my
sit here
father had to
today,
go to my place while we
Cannot
had a
say
German
that the dog
Shepherd.
was here because you don't
He
have
went
a memory of ever
ballistic, and he
seeing
knew
it.
who he was.
I did not see it. No.
And remind me
That's
once
bullshit.
again, when you were leaving that night, that
Of
early
course, my
morning,
dogs wouldn't eat them. They would
Before?
go and want to play with the intruder.
who was the
but-
last person to leave? Was it Caitlin?
Oh, F
I
that
believe she left
bullshit.
after us.
We talked about this, and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
Everything that guy just says, bullshit. Thank you.
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit.
Mhm.
You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Was up
Saw
on Nagel?
lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
The
Was
lights of Ryan Nagel.
Vehicle
on
and those
Netflix.
lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
Yes.
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox,
It
Can we
would be
class that as admits a
Mhm.
lie?
behind the Jeep, or somewhere in between.
She
it
hasn't
definitely
admitted
was
it yet.
not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not gonna be beside the Jeep, right? That's gonna be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV. As we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
Uh-oh. If a lawyer
If my
ever asks
memory
you
serves
that,
right,
you're in
yes.
trouble.
Yeah.
If your memory serves. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
surprise that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Get him, Wonder Woman.
Yes.
The truth? I can't handle the truth. She does think she's pretty damn clever.
Lines 21 on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you'd refresh your recollection.
You would have got away with it if it hadn't been for you
Correct.
meddling kids.
And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Ms. Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right? Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her. Correct?
Objection.
I'll let him have it.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside and
Okay, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question.
Yeah, that's what redirect's for.
Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
Boom.
Hey, look, I can raise my hat with my eyebrows.
Snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse.
You
But
can
it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow.
I wonder if I can do just
correct?
one side.
I should be specific about the time.
Not quite.
It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to
All right,
accumulate.
check off lip smacking witness. I've had
And
enough.
Accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
Racist.
You indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a 3-point turn.
Like a half J?
Is that
to
a
my
U? Isn't the half
recollection,
J
it was
a
almost
U?
like started if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend. It was kind of like that.
Just
like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be
Objection.
more
What
of a
the
wave.
fuck are you
Like
talking
this in the
about?
road.
What it sounds like is perhaps, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but perhaps what you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw. That's the way.
I don't
that you
care which
saw?
direction you pull as long as you
It
clean it up.
wasn't up to her car. It was,
Good God, just get the woman a pen and pad of paper.
doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just trying here. So if it didn't go up to her car,
Mhm.
those tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
The fuck was that?
Well, wait a minute. You already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car, right?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks
Oh,
or
fuck
where her
off.
car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Well, I thought you just said, because I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car. I saw the tire tracks. That would be the first time you looked at her car, correct?
Ooh,
It
God, that
doesn't have
facial
to be the
expression.
first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Liar! Third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't have you to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
You
In
better not be
addition
done.
to-
Oh, good.
Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th. You also gave
Hey, Trooper Cobb.
Um,
Trooper Cobb.
extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury.
She looks like a Mass
Correct.
Effect 5 character.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory,
No.
please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you
Yeah.
remember being asked about Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking about, I would
Sweet
greatly appreciate it.
dumpster Jesus. This woman fucked me with a pipe bomb. This is weird. She is just, Lord have mercy on this woman.
Given she seems to be lying through her teeth, I kind of don't want him to.
Well, they had 2 grand jury hearings in this case and 1 federal grand jury case, Fire and Ice. So she's probably been in 3 grand jury hearings.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Please don't end here, dude. Don't end here, dude. Ask her about the discrepancy in the videos. Ask about it. Ask about it.
May I approach? Yes.
Good. I've suddenly got the hiccups and I don't know why.
Because you're getting worked up.
Could be. Better have more alcohol.
Okay, take your time.
Well, thank you, Judge. I think I will, given it's a person's life that is on the line.
I don't like this Scrabble board blouse she's wearing. It kind of makes me dizzy. She looks all pixelated.
Look, it's not flattering with her skin tone, but I think it's kind of irrelevant for her.
I just don't like the pattern. It makes me dizzy. Shh, we can hear you.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the entirety of your state court grand jury.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Not yet.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
And while she's reading that, the DCV Titan with Canadian $5 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. This chick looks like a 3D modeler. Forgot to add depth to her face except for her nose. It's like Last of Us 2. Expect to freak out and start eating the pages to try and hide it.
It's gone now. And he pulls out another copy out of his bag.
That's her only choice. That's her only chance at this point. Ooh, was that an awkward? All right, whatever. All right, people, we got 564 people watching and only 391 likes. 150 of you at least need to get off your arses and do your job and get down there and smash that like button. Smash it like her husband doesn't smash her. Get down there, hit it, hit it. Sorry, that was weird. Please do feel free to hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're inching our way towards the next goal of 77,000. We're 300.
I was going to say, don't confuse the hell out of chat. You say that her husband hasn't touched him, and then you say inch down there.
Yeah, not down there, down there. Not down her there, down my there. Well, anyway, that doesn't make it any better, does it?
No,
well,
really.
it does for me.
Phrasing.
May I go? Yes. Thank you.
I just realized I forgot to watch the F1 race on Sunday. I'm assuming Verstappen
I did,
won.
yes.
As you glance at those images, my question is a relatively simple one. Relatively
That's how
simple.
the ADHD mind works.
At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front in some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, fuck
Okay,
You,
what?
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
If you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Oh,
Mr. Cage.
oh, you snippy bitch.
Okay.
I will do the same for you. As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front. Did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Miss Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Miss Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
I'm gonna throw something.
As you sit here, do you recall?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
I can't,
That
you
works
need to
too.
keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I
That's
did
not
not
the
mention the
fucking
Jeep.
question.
Did you, Mr. Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No,
Have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone,
I'm getting angry,
leaving Mr.
Jackson. Here
Higgins
too.
aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No,
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
can you repeat the question, please?
You ever asked by
Ooh, so
anybody
close.
to make sure
So
you
close to
mention
rephrase.
a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
Yeah, she and her husband
After you
have similar
arrived,
faces,
and
except
you
he spent
noticed
all the
this
money on
SUV
his
outside,
veneer, not her obviously
you started
necessary.
paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact,
Why?
you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct,
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
correct,
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
correct,
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
correct,
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
correct.
So that's
Hello.
5 text messages, and each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Did you stand up and sit
So
down
you
more than
got
a
up,
Catholic
you walked
mass?
over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second. That would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that
One
at
text.
12:27, 12:31, 12:40,
texts, one view.
12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? Second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct.
Then you walked back over to the window, or I'm sorry, to the door, to the storm door, and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
Correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
Why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
It was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going.
Keep going.
You said you saw it pull up again a second time. So you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory
is
is
that a
twice
yes?
to the door.
Mr. Cave, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Okay, everybody, I'm going to call that one forced to admit a lie. Mark that off on your bingo card. She has just been forced to admit a lie.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And while he's having his moment, we all need a moment. Angie Hammond with a $5 super chud. How long till I can get off the stand? Oh, she's going to be here for a while, I think.
Oh, yeah.
She'll be here for a minute or two. And Darla the Human just joined late. Can you update on the bingo card so far? Forced to admit a lie.
So-
heavy Boston accent, lip-smacking witness, and dog. Lip-smacking witness, dog, heavy Boston accent, forced to admit a lie.
When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Uh-oh.
Would you be able to show me that?
Just do you
Let's take a
fucking
minute.
remember? I poured 4 very large drinks in my cup here, and I'm down to my last one, and we're only 2 hours in. And she is triggering the shit out of me. Xenothium 15, the McCabe's are going to be sent to a farm in Vermont soon with how bad the testimony is going. You think? And Your Honor, permission to treat this bint as hostile says endless. Hostile witnesses are when your own witness goes rogue. So, like, if she suddenly started testifying on behalf of Karen Reed, the prosecutor could attempt to have her declared as hostile. But this is cross-examination. She is by definition a hostile witness for the defense. And declaring someone a hostile witness essentially means that you're allowed to ask them leading questions, which you can do on cross-examination anyway. Woo! I'm getting worked up here.
I'm starting to think I need alcohol, despite the fact that it's very early in the morning instead of late at night now.
Well, like I said, I've only got one of these left, and I poured 4 of them, for God's sake. A delicious Manhattan, by the way. Made with 60 centiliters of rye and 20 centiliters of sweet vermouth and 2 dashes of bitters per serving. Pour into a mixing glass, add some ice, stir, and pour into a cocktail glass. That's how you make an amazing Manhattan. And we got 562 people here and 438 likes. 130 of you at least, probably 250 of you need to do your job.
Yes.
So do it. Do it!
Take a look at those 4 pages.
And we're about $30 away from Doggo Cam,
780,
if anybody cares.
784
Okay.
bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
This woman back here, where the green cursor is, with like the failed Austrian painter haircut, she looks a lot like my cousin. That's really weird.
Oh, right.
Nick Starro with 100 sexy monies. If you're telling the truth, and this is the 4th time you've testified about events, you only need to have your memory refreshed if you elaborated extensively on your story to make it fit new evidence. Yeah, that ain't too far from the truth there, my Viking buddy. Nick Starro, everybody. Make sure you go check out his stream. Make sure you go check out his channel, and make sure you subscribe to him. As well as Aussie Overlord, for God's sake. It's Aussie Overlord, everybody. Aussie Overlord.
Aussie over snored.
Are you sleeping on us?
No.
How can you sleep on this?
I can't. That's what I'm saying. I do have a pillow though.
The DCV Titan with the Canuckistan, $2. That's about 33 cents American, I believe. I am not being her husband's pinch hitter. Ew. And for those of you in Utah, or those of you who are Reformed Mormons, this is an amazing cigar by a Utah cigar company called the Apostate Cigar Company. The name of this cigar is only meaningful to anybody from Utah or Mormons or Reformed Mormons. It is called the Liahona cigar. It's an amazing cigar. I can't wait to get back to Utah next week and buy a whole bunch more of the Apostate cigars. The Liahona is a particularly good cigar. And I'm gonna convince Hayden to smoke his first cigar while we're in Vegas. I'll walk him through it. He'll do good.
Well, I'm not supposed to breathe in.
Yes.
What was that?
I'm not supposed to breathe in, am I?
Nope.
You had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few pages from your testimony in June of 2023.
Yes.
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
Yes.
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
Correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking. So
I didn't ask you about your husband.
okay.
Just about you. The answer is correct.
Yes.
Okay. So you're indicating that you're trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
Further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct.
At least double that, right?
Correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15
Well, there was
yards?
the Brian Albert yard.
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Yard.
Just right outside the front door. Within,
Straight outside. Yes.
well, straight
Did at any
outside
point
until
you
it
To
yell,
the front door.
shut the front
The
door.
front door is where it was.
moved. Okay, straight outside until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved. Correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay. Then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes.
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside. Correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
Oh,
So let's hear
prosecution
the
speech.
question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it. Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
Oh, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
We're about $20 away from
Was that
Doggo
your
Cam.
testimony?
Oh, we're
Yes.
$10
So
away
not
from
only did you
Doggo
have a
Cam.
clear
I
view,
mean.
you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
Correct.
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
Correct.
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text. It's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
Correct.
Maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
Correct.
So you would agree, we just do some basic math. You're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm
confused.
If you want to pull
Stupid.
out the times, then you can look at them.
Well, we talked about the times and you
Mhm.
agreed that you were texting between 12:27 and 12:45,
Correct.
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head, maybe it's every 3 minutes or so.
Correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No.
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
No.
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or door slam?
No.
You didn't hear any verbal argument or like revving of an engine, anything like that?
No.
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
No.
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that. Is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Mr. McCabe.
Mm-hmm.
I bet you do.
Where was the body?
I have no idea. I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
Oh.
Problem with that is you were looking.
I was looking at the vehicle.
You were
and
looking
where it
at
had
the
moved.
You know what the field of view is?
Would you like to explain it?
No.
You had a clear and good view across
You
that
were looking
lawn.
to see where the vehicle was,
SUV.
opposed to seeing like a fucking
When it was
body right
straight
in
out, I
front of
did,
your
yes.
goddamn eyes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV the entire time until it left.
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
I didn't ask you about the ground yet. We'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear
It was at
and
this
good,
moment that he
your
knew
words, not mine,
he fucked
a
up.
clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV.
So your car's lights, that car's lights, they weren't illuminating a fucking body
I
on the
wouldn't
front
say that.
lawn.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course
That is
not,
what you were
because if
saying.
you had a clear field
Yeah, a
of
little
view
bit.
to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the
Fucking
SUV
lying
as well.
bitch.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd
Can you
see,
see
I
left
don't
on the
know,
table?
an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
I think you would see something. Can you clearly see that there is nothing between
If there was
you
a
and me
fucking
except
dead body
home?
on the defense table, would you
Yes.
see
Well,
it?
there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that, right?
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh,
Judge calls it sidebar.
Judge calls for sidebar. Mark that off on your bingo card. Holy jumping jeebus. It's getting brutal in here, folks. Where's Judge calls for a sidebar? There we are.
And body on front
Oh.
lawn.
Wow. Oh yeah, we had the dead body. Yeah, mark off the dead body. Where's my dead body? Can't find my dead body. There we are. DCV Titan. I'm not being her husband's pinch hitter. Ugh. Ugh. Go away. And Island with the $2. How's bingo? All right, right now with our bingo card, we've got Judge calls for sidebar, forced to admit a lie, body on front lawn, heavy Boston accent, lip smacking witness, and dog. And Tammy Simmons with a $10 super chat. I heard the JOK's family thinks Karen did it. I don't know how they can sit through this particular testimony and think these folks know nothing about what happened. These bitches are suspicious. Bitches be suspicious. Absolutely right. And that puts us $10 away from Doggo Cam. If anybody cares. No, we don't have cross-examination yet. She's just avoiding the questions. She's not saying she doesn't remember or she doesn't recollect. She's just saying, hey, define your terms. She's just being, oh, what have I done? Okay, there we are. Sorry. I clicked a button.
Don't do that.
I don't like Bloody Marys because I hate canned tomato juice.
May I proceed? Yes.
So I have 0 Bloody Mary recipes. Canned tomato juice is awful. I like fresh squeezed tomato juice.
As you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
Oh, cut
I
your
wish
right
I
off.
had.
Sometimes that's a little rehearsed.
Yes.
Not at all. It's not at all.
I'll let the answer stand.
Oof. Bam, cut her right off.
Oh yeah.
Oh, got to turn on the veranda light. Hang on.
You left the location about 1:45. Is that right?
Yes.
Hi. Oops.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in.
Father, hang on.
Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know that that is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Did you see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's that question.
Oof.
I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I
It's a
didn't
yes
see
or no
anything
answer.
out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
They want
Correct.
popcorn.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Got it. Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you did look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some of the girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a black object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around looking right at, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I
Why
was
did you
talking
do
to the
it?
2 girls.
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Oh, here comes the tech.
Somewhere after
the-
approximately
guy in the
between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off.
Correct.
Drop the kids off at the pool.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp, phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party
And
app?
if they ask, they
Use
know.
Wi-Fi, VoIP calls other than just a phone call?
No.
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay. So yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
No.
Did you? Now I'm going to get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband while you're home
in
in
friend in a
bed?
group chat?
Hmm?
Yes.
Yes.
Your husband was home?
Yes.
Your husband's home. Why would you fucking text him? Weirdo.
Well, because
I wanna
you said they were in a
switch
group
gears for a
chat. It's not like
second.
you can choose to ignore him.
Well, true. The way she said it was weird.
Yeah, I agree with you.
And ask you real quick about later that morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house.
I would
You
hope so.
mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
Yes.
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Whatever.
You testified on
I text
Friday
Mel when we're asleep in bed.
that my client said
He's a
at
funny
the
man.
scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember. Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
And yet your memory's so fuzzy on so many other things.
Weird, huh?
Yes, impactful, unintended.
I may have just a moment. Thank you. May I?
Yes.
It's just the entirety. I'm going to hand you a document.
Yeah, and don't
Did
read
you,
the whole
before I
thing.
ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes.
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Understood.
It's not very effective today.
Correct?
Yes.
Killing her. He's murdering her on the stand.
Yes.
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony on, that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct.
You'll agree that your testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
You were
dude,
under
that
oath at the time that you gave
troop.
that testimony,
Yes.
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Walked it right down
Was
the
I
path.
asked what she said?
Don't try him.
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd like you to direct me where to look.
No, look at it for
I
your
want you
own
to look at
fucking
the
self.
Entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page. where
Because
you
it ain't
ever
there,
said
bitch.
that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
It ain't there, bitch.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Then why didn't you
On
say
that
that
morning.
in the grand jury?
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read over 200
Yes.
pages?
Read it.
Yes.
No, I don't want
Look
to.
across the side,
Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of your testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently,
A few weeks back.
so we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of 2022, don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages, or
Then
however long
fucking
it is.
do
You
it.
think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I
You
will
said it was
never
so
forget it.
impactful.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree?
Oh,
Do you
fuck
think
off.
that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
Oh, I can't.
Yes.
These are select pages.
Because it ain't there. You didn't say it. You didn't tell anybody. You didn't mention to the grand jury she said that shit. You made that shit up after. You made it up later.
It's brilliant because he's walked her into a trap. Either she's
These are
lying about
select
having
pages.
reread the document, or she's lying about what
Out
she
of your
said.
grand
Either
jury
way, she's
testimony.
lying. This was
This
master.
is the kind of thing that just tickles my
Isn't
balls.
it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
We're waiting. Where is it? Where'd you say that before?
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified no fewer than 12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the leading up to go into the scene? You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
it should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2.
Man,
While
he is
driving to
not
Fairview,
using lube.
She asked the
He's
question,
not even using spit.
could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Man, and in all these 12 times you testified, and in all
That's
of these
12 times.
Yep.
They're
Not
down.
once did you say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions.
Not what he asked.
What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at John's house. So I was answering the question that I was asked.
You know how to get stricken, but do it.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's not. My testimony is an officer was asking her what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
No, convenient.
When you called me, I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her question. And her answer was, I'm sorry, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
Then I put it to you, you're either committing perjury now or you committed perjury then. It'll get stricken, but he has to
He
say
called
it.
911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Damn, I'm feeling violated by this line of questioning.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
Woo!
Just when I thought I was going to need caffeine.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can give me 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
That appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning?
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about 1:45.
46 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and.
Was that you?
Yes, that was.
Is that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes,
So you saw him get out of the
This was
car.
at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert.
Correct.
Before we had a
before you
chance to
ever
get
talked
stories
Julie
straight.
Albert.
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Kerry Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did because
Yes.
Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any other calls other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
And yet it connected
But
for
you do
7
know that
seconds.
your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
Oh no!
If that's what it shows,
Yeah.
but I can tell you she did not answer
Oh, so what?
the
The
phone.
fucking phone
And you-
lies.
Yeah,
Are
that's
sure
what I was
about
saying.
that as you are, my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Oh God!
Your Honor, I have a,
Oh, George extended like the alien queen. That was hilarious.
this may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take a morning.
Oh my God! Well, this ain't going well. Dang.
Just turning. I need a cigarette after that. Me too.
Seriously, man.
May be seated.
So, Mr. Jackson, when you said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay. Do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay. So is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay.
Well, that means an agreement. You
I
don't
just
have.
needed to know if I need, it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
All rise for the court, please.
Whew. No, you didn't miss anything. The defense just asked for a break.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial
Oh,
watcher.
shut up.
This is a law and crime.
Oh, we don't care about you. All right, we got some stuff here. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah. Let's clear the super chats here first. Whew. I'm feeling moist over here.
I'm getting the
Woo.
vapors.
Karen D with the $10. I need my doggo cam fix. Oh wait, we didn't get. Oh damn it, never mind. We didn't get any. We didn't get any Hujima what's it? Ceiling Dion fan. I need my doggo cam fixed. Thank you so much, Karen. And Jinver with a 10 pounds. Release the hounds, which we've done. We've got Yoda's over here on the floor and Strawberry's over here on the floor. So we get Straubs. Whew. Wow. And I can't remember for 6 months is Don't is my cousin. I'm loving this. And Vice Squad. I don't remember this, and I can't remember this. I'm assuming is your cousin. Thank you so much. I can't remember. And Emu Warrior, a member for 20 months. Thank you so much for being here for almost 2 years. Do you think hubby might throw a leg tonight? No, I don't want to think about that at all.
Not a chance.
Not at all.
He's going to be lucky if he survives the night.
Yeah, okay, so what we had there. Hey, Jules, what's up? Jules, why has no one addressed that she never once said the man was an off-duty officer? Well, we might get to that. They've done that before because they had sent out the group text where they were all agreeing what to say, that like the guy never went into the house, not O'Keefe or the cop or anything. It's like the guy, like they don't want anybody to know who it was. Oh my God, this is a grilling and a half. This is good. What do you think, Hayden?
I'm still reeling from some of those questions, but the way that he has nailed her to the wall, like that was like elegant. I could see the trap coming, and I think she could too, but there was no way out of it.
Nope.
And that's just, I'm praying that he asks that that he asks that question. I know it'll get stricken because let's face it, it's Judge Bev, but you need to get those words in front of the jury. Like,
yeah. Oh my gosh. This is a beautiful cross-examination. This is great stuff. This is as good as I thought. Megan Fox is in the chat. What's up, Megan? Hey, Megan. I'm having the best day gardening and margaritas. Woo! I've had 4 Manhattans so far this evening. Yes, it's 10:56 a.m. Expect afternoon naps. That's right. And I'm excited too because what is it here? It's Tuesday night. Is it Tuesday? Yes, Tuesday night. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 more days and a plane ride, and I will be day drinking in Vegas. Can't wait. Oh my gosh. Woo! Best cross of the year, says Jack Matt. All right, we need to do some midstream grift in here because we've probably got another 15 minutes before they come back. We will start off with Hayden. What's up, brother?
Not a lot, can't complain. But I like you, I've been doing the Karen Reed stuff on repeat. So, because I actually, guys, for those that you don't know, I've been doing the Lawyer in a Fishbowl streams where I work during the day and have the stream on in the background so that I'm able to keep up with it, but at the same time, chime in with the odd bit of commentary and that sort of thing just so I can follow up and, well, basically get everything done before I take a week off to go to Vegas myself. Yeah, it's certainly made it interesting, that's for sure. For those of you that don't know, I am an attorney here in Melbourne, Australia. I have a show, Law, News and Laughter, that's usually 8 p.m. Eastern. I've also started doing another one called the What the Fuck Wake Up Call at around 8 a.m. Eastern. More or less just the odd spot news turned up to 11 sort of thing. So, but I just like to remind people that, occasionally remind people that they're not a piece of shit. They have value and they do contribute to society. Unlike certain people that are on the stand right now, in my opinion. So, but no, look, it's all very much, and it's all in good fun. So,
and we can find him right there at Aussie Overlord, everybody.
That you can. Tiny URL in the chat. You can't make it any easier for you. Literally click that, it'll open a new window, and it will prompt you to subscribe. Cannot make it any easier.
This is good. This is good. The DCV Titan bringing some more Canadian buckaroos to the chat. Her husband, and one more in group chat. The Bull.
Well, because I think the other person that was in the group chat was a brother-in-law. You really don't want that to be.
Oh, that's awkward. That's just awkward.
Yeah.
Paralegal Liz just sending some hearty smiley faces for no particular reason. And as for me and the dogs, Hey, welcome. It's me. You know I'm Legal Vices because hey, that's where you are. You found me. You know me, but I'm glad you're here. We currently have 583 concurrent viewers and 500 likes exactamundo. So at least 82 of you, probably closer to 200 of you because we have a lot of turnover, need to get down there and smash that like button and get us to 600s. We need 600 likes and subscribe if you haven't already done so. I would be honored if you would give me your subscription because we're inching our way north. We need that play button right back there, that 100,000 play button. We're about a year away, I think, by my estimate. So let's get us there quicker than that. Shatter the estimate. Make sure you're still subscribed if you think you have subscribed. We've got our like and subscribe poll today. Let's see what you all think. In your opinion, not what you think the jury will do, but in your opinion, Karen Reed is 7% say guilty. 82% say not guilty. That's a phenomenal number. And 11% say I'm a wishy-washy, undecided person. So continue taking that like and subscribe poll as you come on in and hit that. Check it on out. We got the two dogs down here. Strawberry is on the left. Yoda is on the right. And they're just watching along with the rest of us. Wonder why I'm getting all shouty at midnight. Yoda is not way bigger than Strawberry. They're actually exactly the same size. They're just kind of it's where they're sitting. They both weigh kilograms, so about 50 pounds each. Yoda is more muscle. Strawberry is more fat. That's just kind of how it works. Oh, I can't put them, but there we go. That's as close as I can get to having them. Straubs, you got to lay down. Are they waiting for something? No, they're just wondering why I'm getting all shouty at midnight. I don't understand how this made it to the grand jury. Because when you go to a grand jury, it's only the prosecution that presents enough evidence to say there might possibly be grounds for bringing this to trial. They just have to show that there's a possibility that there could be something here. That's essentially what it is. The defense doesn't get a go. The defendants. It's a one-sided show where they go, here's what we have. There might be enough to bring this to trial. What say you? So, the cliche is, and you'll hear it a lot. They're saying a grand jury could indict a ham sandwich because it is literally a one-sided show. Mm. And Kime says, Megan Fox, you must not be a real journalist if you're already boozing. Lol. No. The fact that it's 10:46 a.m. and she's already boozing, that proves she is a real journalist.
I was going to say that goes to credibility as a journalist.
It is, yeah. That's evidence. And I've sent her the link in case she wants to join us from her garden at some point during the break here. Oh, Lolly is being investigated for misleading the grand jury. So, a lot of things happen. Even the medical examiner doesn't have enough evidence to determine manner of death. There's so much doubt. Yeah, we haven't heard from the medical examiner yet. We need to.
Funny that.
Strawberry, please don't sit on Yoda's face. That's weird. Thank you. My dogs are addicted to popcorn, so I'm gonna have to. That's what she wants. See, I've got the popcorn in the hand. She's like watching the hand. Snarf, snarf, snarf. Don't worry, Yoda. You can have your popcorn too. Here you go, Yoda. It's a feeding frenzy. And that's not popcorn. That is like the foam inside of a stuffed animal. That's my fingers, you dumbass. All right. The dogs are satiated for the evening. Sorry, no more. The rest is for me. Lol, I could forgive Straubs everything, Yoda too. All right, we got 575 of you still hanging around during this break. How long is it? This break has been going a long time. What do we got here? I guess it only seems like a long time. It's been going 10 minutes, so probably like 5 minutes more.
Yeah.
Whew. I'm so excited. I want him to come back. This is great.
I love that they've got that. He said it's an effective time for us to take a break. She is sitting there stewing after those left and right hooks, sitting there thinking, oh my God, he has just run rings around me. Now
Yeah.
she's going to do one of two things. She's going to deflate, or she's going to double down and make herself look worse by formulating whatever she can in her head, which is going to make it so much better when he finally goes for the TKO.
What do you think she's gonna do?
The way she's acted on the stand, my money's on double down.
Yep, that's what I think she's gonna do too.
So, I mean, I feel like all of this started because she wanted to keep her daughter's name out of it, which makes me think she knew. Wait, no, because Allie was the one that went and picked him up, isn't she?
Yeah, but they've gone out of their way not to mention that Colin was in the house when all this went down.
Alan wants to see tears. We may well. Whether they're real or crocodile, we don't know.
Yeah, cyborgs can't cry though. That's the problem.
True.
Nor can sociopaths. And see, this is the weird thing. They're supposed to be friends. You know, they're supposed to have commonalities, but she's got it out for Karen for some reason.
Yeah, I was going to say there's friends and then there's legitimate friends. I think this was maybe a friendship of convenience, shall we say, that was building over time, and she was more than happy to throw her under the bus at the first opportunity when it was to protect someone that she cared about. So,
well, we do have a question here from Matthias Davis. Legal advises, how do you think the jury's taking all of this? They're people, and they're watching. I mean, I don't see how they can be going, well, I think the prosecution is doing a very good job here. I don't see how they can be viewing it that way. You never know. It just takes one. That's all it takes to hang the jury. So,
it's a good point. I mean, as bad as it sounds, as you said, they're human beings, and human beings can be idiots. So if one of them is sitting there going, well, this is really heavily weighted towards the defense, I think the prosecution is doing a good job, or I genuinely think that she did it, or if for any reason, I mean, wild card, maybe they just want to be a dick.
But I mean, she's such an unlikable person. I don't see how. I don't see how they can be thinking the prosecution's proving anything.
Maybe one of the guys on the jury has a fetish for skeletons. I don't know.
We did just get a Berlin ceiling Dion fan as they went to break. I didn't see the ceiling fan.
Well, they're definitely showing it on court TV, so we've been robbed of Celine Dion because Law and Crime are showing their own cover-up thing.
Well, we can just go right back here, can't we?
Real Housewives of Canton.
Yeah. Nope. See, they came close, but they did. They did show Ceiling Dion.
I'm your number one fan.
Okay, Mark Ceiling Dion off. All right. And speaking of people, it's Megan Fox live from her garden.
Megan.
It was Megan Fox live from her garden. Now she's gone. And Buddha Berry is with a 5 Aussie bucks. I'm fingers crossed for a Legally Blonde moment. Her lashing out and pointing at Karen that it was meant to be her that got hit. I thought it was you.
I thought it was you stepping out of the car.
Megan got eaten by the plants. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. Hey, it's Megan Fox once again. Hi, Megan.
Oh my God. StreamYard sucks. StreamYard is the worst. I'm having the worst time with StreamYard.
But you're out in your garden drinking margaritas at 11 a.m. So what could be worse than that? Nothing.
This is true. Actually, I'm having a great day. First non-stressful day in about, 2 weeks.
Yeah, I want one of those.
Must be nice.
Well, this is a murder, by the way.
Yeah.
This cross-examination is a freaking murder. The worst part for me was probably when she said she couldn't recognize herself on a security video.
Yeah. Yeah, she's the second witness to do that.
wow, lady, like I could recognize myself from space. You know, don't make me laugh. She's lying. I don't know why she's lying, but she's lying.
Because lying liars are going to lie.
Liar!
My liar is better than yours, Megan.
I don't know.
Uh-oh. Megan! Megan's gone off into Wi-Fi hell. Bye, Megan. Come back again soon. Adara the Wholesome with the $2. Can we get a card update real quick? All right. There's been all of the good stuff on the bingo card happens during direct examination. We're in cross-examination, so we don't have a lot of bingo stuff. But what we do have on our bingo cards, which can be generated from the link there that's pinned in chat, judge calls for sidebar, forced to admit a lie, body on front lawn, heavy Boston accent, lip-smacking witness, dog, and doggo cam. That's our card update. Oh, we might even be back because I've had this on pause. Derp. Nope, we're still there. Law and crime. You need to clip the main line from the sea shanty Derby Ram. Don't know what that is. I'll have to give it a listen. Yes, did I not mention Sealing Dion? Oh yeah, I didn't click that off. Sealing Dion. I just need the judge cuts off defense questioning, and I've got a bingo. See, I'm sad that I missed Sealing Dion because I had that stupid sound clip locked and loaded the entire time. Well, that's the Walking Dead one, not that one. Which one did I have locked and loaded? Ah, yes.
I'm your #1 fan.
That one. This is not a cocktail. This is just Pepsi because all I've got is my cocktail glass to drink my Pepsi in at the moment. Buddhaberry says, I really want to sleep, but really want to see this. You want to see this. You don't want to sleep. Don't do it. Don't sleep. No, Judge Bev did not cut off the questioning because it was the defense saying now would be a good time to take a break. The defense asked for the break so that they could talk about bringing this audio in.
Well, I mean, arguably when she cut them off and asked for a sidebar, though, is that not the same? Or does it have to be a separate incident?
That's a separate incident.
All right.
It's like for the morning break, the lunch break, the day break, whatever. K-Matt Red Queen says, so do they take cell phones away from the witnesses when on break or testifying? No. They're usually not allowed to bring them into the courtroom to begin with. So she shouldn't have her cell phone on her.
Shouldn't.
Yes, it's a virgin Pepsi cocktail. Yes, it is. See, that's the interesting thing. Like in the US, I prefer Coke. But in Korea, Coke is really, really carbonated and really super sweet. So I prefer Pepsi in Korea and Coke in the States. It's a weird thing. And Hayden just hates Coke, US Coke, period, because it's all the high fructose corn syrup and not real sugar.
To the point where I'm bringing a 6-pack with me.
No, you don't have to. Vegas is full of Mexican Coke, which uses pure cane sugar.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Mexican Coke either.
What? That's real sugar.
That's why I'm bringing the 6-pack, so you and Flux can try it for yourself.
Coke in Korea is new Coke. No, it's just they just make it differently. I don't know why. Does Korean Pepsi also use aborted fetal cells to flavor it like in America?
Ew.
I hope not, because it's delish. Fructose. I say fructose the same way we say voir dire as voir dire in Utah. We have our own pronunciations. We have our own pronunciations in Utah. Leave me alone. I'm not joking. That's true. Don't want to think about it, but thanks anyway. Coke Zero may be shit, but it's less sugary. Yeah, there are differences depending on what country you're in. All right, we're just waiting for the court to come back. We got nothing to do here until they come back. Let's see. Make sure we got all the super chats read. We have all the super chats read. That's pretty cool. And we have today's mention of cannibalism. Yes, soda is bad for you in any way, shape, or form, but it's also got caffeine in it, and it's not coffee. I like coffee, but yeah. See, I'm addicted to caffeine. I don't care what form it comes in. Tablets, coffee, cola drinks. It's the caffeine I'm after, not the particular drink itself.
This is true.
Coke tastes like those chewable pink baby aspirins. Oh my God. I haven't thought about those stupid chewable pink baby aspirins for probably since I was a baby. Wow. Sort of like the elementary school toothpaste when they taught you how to brush your teeth. It sort of tasted like mint flavored sand.
Yeah.
Oh, they had the same shit in Australia?
Yeah, we just got that. They had the dental van on wheels come by the school, and they're like, here's a toothbrush and toothpaste. And it's just like, I remember those bags having a lot more stuff in it.
Yeah, like when I was in elementary school, they had like these little pink like sachets that it was essentially like really bad flavored pink clay that was full of
Stuck to
sand
the stuff.
grit.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. No, so these things, they gave us these little tablets and you used to chew on them, and it would highlight all the plaque and stuff around your teeth, so you knew where you were supposed to be brushing.
Oh, we used to have like a water pick thing where it would like fluoresce your mouth where the plaque was.
Okay.
Oh, the
These
fluoride
are the
rings.
depths we've sunk to, people.
Yeah, don't leave, people. We're just waiting for the court to come back. We're just shooting the shit until the court unintercourses itself and gets back. Oh, fuck! I've had it
It's
on
fine.
pause
I've had
again.
it going.
Okay, we're
After
still
the
there.
first time you did it.
Why do I keep pushing pause? All right, there we go. What's up, Straubs? How you doing, baby dog? There you go.
No.
No more popcorn for you. No more popcorn for the dog. Wait, where's the? That's the chin of a bulldog.
Is this supposed to be a half day or a full day?
It's a half day.
Oh, do I have the other 2 hours in me? Fuck.
It should be about an hour. Should be about another hour. She usually shuts it down about 12:30, maybe 1. But oof. It's not Jeff pushing pause, it's the margaritas. Well, we had Megan here for a couple of seconds. That was good enough. We got our Megan fix. So, a few minutes of Megan is better than no Megan. Oh, there was some movement there on the Lawn Cuck channel. But I'm gonna have to say, Hayden, you gotta hold this thing down. You gotta hold your own for about a minute because I've got business to attend to.
Fair enough. So for any of you that missed it, given that I'd say most people were over here getting ready to sort out the Karen Reed stream with Jeff, I spent an hour before this trying to work out all the extra fun things that I'm going to do because I actually get into Vegas like a day before everybody else, and I'm leaving basically a day after. So if anyone has any ideas, so far I've got on the list the Mob Museum and the Titanic exhibition, but I've got to check whether or not Jeff wants to come to the Titanic exhibition. He's dropping the kids off at the pool. I would say that's accurate. God, those dogs are gorgeous. Blue Man Group? Nah, maybe. I mean, we're doing Penn and Teller, so I'm knocking things off my bucket list, which is something. Okay, so either Jeff's back or the dog learned how to get up on his
Mother, father, gentlemen, I just knocked over my drink. Good thing it was only Pepsi and not a waste of alcohol. How you doing? Did you miss me?
Talking to me or them?
Everybody. But now I have to leave again to get some paper towels. I'll be back.
She's like, I'll lick it clean. Better check to be sure you can bring the Coke into the country and fly with it to the US. Think they will still have restrictions. I did. I checked the TSA website. As long as it's in my carry-on and it's properly wrapped, it'll be fine. Yes, thankfully, no alcohol was wasted. Top Golf. No, apparently we're going to the Kiss Museum where they have Kiss-themed nighttime, like, indoor... We call it putt-putt. What do you guys call it? Mini golf. So, I think that'll be interesting.
Hello again. It's me. All right, I'm back. Here, Strawberry, you can have a Pepsi-flavored bone. Delicious. All right, let me sop up the spilt beverage. But I did also take the opportunity to actually get a real glass rather than stupid cocktail glasses that I look at wrong and they fall over.
Speaking of, I'm going to go refill my evidence collection container.
You go do that. All right, everybody, make sure you subscribe to Aussie Overlord because, you know, he's Aussie Overlord. Are we back? We're back. Dun, 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 dun.
So, Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first or were you just going to the video?
Questions?
Okay. All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in.
Why is my keyboard all sticky? And it is because of Pepsi. Gen X Gamer Girl, it was only Pepsi. It was only Pepsi, not alcohol.
McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Fuck off.
Rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
No, it has to be the witness that asks to rephrase the
question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me, listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hit him. Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
I agree that Your Honor, that will be exhibit 96.
Thank you.
With court permission, I would like to play a portion of this and then
There's a
stop
good
it.
chance we're going to Battlefield Vegas. It's on the menu.
Just a couple of questions about it. Okay. It's audio only. Ms. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize
This
you starting
is my
a
voice.
911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that would have been, that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but.
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize it?
Okay.
With your permission?
Yes.
It's about, by the way, it's about 4 minutes in total, Your Honor.
Okay.
What the hell?
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes.
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Those are the loudest windshield wipers on earth. I have no idea what's going on here. Sounds like a Yoko Ono, a solo album. That's good. Kong, 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 Kong. He'll go back and say, "Did you hear this? Did you hear this? What did you say? What did you say?" It'll all be made clear. Yeah.
Mr. McCabe, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood. The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping.
Yes, exactly.
Because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
I want to play the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call is already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call is subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, you could, I'm assuming, tell when
they have your
the
phone
911
records,
call
don't
ended,
worry.
because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by definition. I'm not going to do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. Play it with your permission.
Yes.
Chocolate rain.
Did you hear a muffled voice
Chocolate
in
rain.
the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes, I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car which was there.
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Carrie Roberts was over by Mr.
Bullshit.
Agree, yes.
Was it you or
Kind
Karen?
of running back and forth at times.
And Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth.
Really? Because it didn't sound like the sound of the
your sister
windshield wipers changed any time.
By the way, has this ended? Can we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you.
DCV Titan says, hope this makes sense in the courtroom. But they'll be able to hear it much better than we can.
Yeah.
But as Hayden said, she said she was going back and forth. The
Okay.
the volume of
appears
the
to be
wipers
the
isn't changing.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
You
and
were shown phone records.
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
You were shown phone records then,
Yes,
and at that time you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07. correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
my sister never answered the phone.
Here we go.
I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah.
I'll get you to answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone
If
record.
the voicemails
And you were shown that the
recorded her
same phone
sister on
record
the
showed
phone.
that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right. And there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute. So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
Yes. Yes.
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were in front of, if you were, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
Well, she did.
And they read to play it.
6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
Do you recall it?
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that that call was not answered.
Don't have the
As opposed
record.
to Nicole's two calls, right?
Right.
Okay. But the calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement. weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls
Well, somebody
when
did
I
apparently.
willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were
Yes.
20 calls, all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Okay, so we'll get to those.
And somehow
I'm not sure
deleting
if any-
20 calls makes it look
Mhm.
better?
Any questions about the records?
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to
No.
that in a second. Just going by your memory, you've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before the into voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around, and what seems to be forgotten
You were
is
in a
that my
state of
friend
shock?
was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think any.
You haven't treated it like a friend, him like a friend.
That guy,
You in fact
the man.
did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
That's because Nicole didn't get
You
any
would know.
voicemails. The calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
That's irrelevant.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. It's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert?
This is
come out of the
Karen
house?
Reed and John
No.
O'Keefe's one of their besties.
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
All.
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, hey, how are you? Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
And you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Delaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the two who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
They came in together, according to Good.
The reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was no.
That's not the question.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Oh, fuck off. Seriously.
Oh, please whip out the audio. Please whip out
Did you
the
tell them
audio.
that the officers were outside?
I don't recall.
Did you tell them that Officer Lank, specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
Mm-mm. Cool.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
He still shouldn't have been allowed in the first place.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, had left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Nobody's
Yes.
got a bingo yet.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before, going into the early morning hours, with each other, with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before, going into the early morning hours, amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be
Yes or
allowed
no?
or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Fucking answer it.
Yes or no? Were you allowed That group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay, then just say fucking yes. Ugh.
So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again,
That's
you're
not-
creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions. You don't seem to want to answer.
Good.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little,
Shock
to
and
be
horror.
honest
That's
with
not a
you.
rehearsed
When you
phrase.
did speak, he could hear,
Yes,
and Nicole could hear,
yes.
and Chris Albert could hear,
Chris came much later.
and your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes,
Okay, and then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
with my sister and my brother-in-law.
Amongst your
and my
fucking
husband.
selves.
Correct.
Jesus.
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Cameron.
Kevin
Yeah.
Albert,
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Exactly.
because you said another Albert came over,
Could have been
and I
called
was
Six brothers.
anybody else.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
fuck off.
You remember?
I don't remember it. No, he could have been, absolutely.
Everything that guy just
And you
says
knew he
is
was a
bullshit.
police officer.
Yes,
Thank you.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
yes,
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Correct.
Here we go.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that
Here we go.
the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV and Sally Pond.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes,
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
yes.
Are you aware
also
that the
told
police had removed the cover?
Trooper Proctor, about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words.
So basically,
You'd have
Proctor's
to
fucked
ask
up
Trooper
everybody's
Proctor.
statements thus far.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission,
Yeah, she was showing the photograph after the
Exhibit 92.
police had completely removed the entire cover of the
May I, Your
tail
Honor?
light.
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like?
Yeah.
Does it like has a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
What?
It's actually.
It's gone, you fucking whore.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
That's missing the entire fucking thing.
Does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No.
Hours after.
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
It's fucking
So
destroyed.
if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
Correct?
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh my God. This woman, I
want to get back to January 29th.
I need to go take an extra dose of blood
that
pressure
interview with
meds for
Trooper
God's
Proctor.
sake. Sorry, the 10 of you that decided
After
to leave
this-
after I called her an effing hooah.
Interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
You went with your husband, Matt,
Yes.
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
On the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware. He asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct.
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
Correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct.
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
This thing.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. May I approach?
Yes.
Approach with caution.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct.
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
Correct.
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
Uh-oh.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
Correct.
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
No.
The record shows, I think it shows Pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay.
That one in the Celebrite extraction.
Surprisingly, we're still fully monetized at this point.
The status is unknown, correct?
I'm shocked.
It's on the last page.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Jeff Dunham Ahmed. Oh
Second
no.
second row from
No,
the top.
Chris.
1229. Unknown, yes.
Unknown.
No.
However, you've already
Yeah, I can
acknowledged
say
that
that.
y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
No,
call, correct?
we didn't speak at 229. We spoke at 1214 and we spoke at 1218. We never spoke at 1229.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail,
Hot
something.
dial.
The 1229, yes.
Yeah, more
Okay.
butt dialing.
I want to show you a document.
We have Raiders
Well,
from
let me ask
somewhere.
it this way.
Hey, Law Talk with
According
Mike
to
Raiders.
this, there were
Thank you, Law
6
Talk with
more
Mike Peeps.
calls
Welcome.
G'day, g'day.
I'm just cursing and
between
swearing a
your
lot.
phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count, correct? One,
Thank
two,
you,
three.
Mike. Thank you, Law Talk with Mike. People, make sure you hit the
5,
like
6.
and subscribe on your way in
And that's
here
before, or that's
while we
up
watch
to
this lying
12:50
liar lie on the stand.
a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly.
Oh man, I knew this was going to be a brutal cross-examination, but I had no idea it would get me all riled up like this. Welcome, Kelsey. Kelsey in Texas. Oh, you're new here. Hey, stick around. We're covering the Karen Reed trial, obviously, as you can see here. And this is a brutal, brutal cross-examination that is underway. This is just a savaging. And hope you'll stick around and subscribe,
Yes.
people. While he's up there
Thank you.
showing her this stuff and letting her,
So we don't get them mixed up, I'll take the exhibit back and back.
Okay. Thank you.
he's letting her read it to refresh her memory, quote unquote. Make sure you hit the like button, guys. And I hope you'll stick around and subscribe because we love new
I
people
want to show
here.
you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay, if you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there. 0142, sorry, 0142.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching on this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need-
Okay, by the way, people that are just joining while they're doing this sidebar, if you want, pinned up in the chat is a bingo card you can generate. We're playing murder trial bingo here. And we can do two things right here. Judge cuts off defense questioning, which she just did, and lawyer calls for a sidebar. And I just got a bingo. I just got the first bingo of the night, peeps. So if you click on the generate your bingo card link, I'll give you a couple say, oh, Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex got a bingo too. All right. Here's what you should have marked off on your bingo card. For those of you just joining and generating your own bingo card from the pinned chat. Judge cuts off defense questioning. Judge calls for sidebar. A witness forced to admit a lie. Body on the front lawn. Ceiling Dion. That's we've named every time they go to a break, they show the ceiling fan. We've named the ceiling fan Ceiling Dion. Heavy Boston accent. Lip smacking witness, because they all start when they answer questions. Lawyer calls for sidebar. They've mentioned Chloe the dog, and we have also achieved our very own Doggo Cam achievement. And this is Strawberry, one of my English bulldogs. Yoda is under the desk here, sleeping peacefully. So there, those are and your free space, of course. And I've got a bingo, and Lord Inquisitor has a bingo, and we'll see how many other bingos we get as the day goes on. All right. So for those of you who don't know, this is the murder trial of Karen Reed. She's accused of murdering. She's accused of second-degree murder and a bunch of other crimes involving the death of her police officer boyfriend, who was found dead on the lawn of another police officer's house, whilst it was full of other police officers and family and friends. The prosecution so far, this is day 15, has not been doing a good job whatsoever. They have not proved that the guy's even dead yet, let alone that she had anything to do with it. This witness is one of her former best friends, and she is just lying. I mean, she's just flat out being a, people are saying she's been having a resting bitch face. She just has a flat out bit. She's just being the biatch on the stand. So yeah, this is rough testimony. And this is the defendant here, Karen Reed. All right, let's get back into it. There are not people that think she's holding up well.
May I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
There can't be someone that thinks she's doing a good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
You'll see something that says Apple ID.
Yes.
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. You recognize that?
Yes.
Whose Apple ID is that?
That's mine.
Okay, if you look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't leave the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach her?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Celebrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes.
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time?
Yes.
Associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
John O'Keefe is the dead guy.
Going from 12:14 after that all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
And while she's reading that, Brian Miller, member for 10 months, says, does cracked taillight mean broken taillight? Well, according to her, cracked taillight means completely removed by the police taillight. This is in the state of Massachusetts.
I still feel like we have to give the broken tail light because.
Oh, didn't we do that?
There are calls to a number
taillight.
that I'm assuming is John.
Sorry.
I'm just not sure. I see a call.
It definitely marked broken taillight off on your bingo card. I don't know why we didn't.
I'd also argue for
This
first
report
responder,
has-
given she mentioned that in her testimony.
Times everywhere.
She didn't say the word.
Right. It's chronological except for the
He did.
calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
That was a Judge Mike's eye, though.
It wasn't completely identifiable.
It's very hard to.
Should have been prosecuted.
This report.
Hey, we've got an
time-wise.
in-court siren.
Look at every single time.
Siren outside of court. Another bingo for me.
Mhm.
Apparently, this
I'm
courthouse is
just trying
right
to say
next
that
to the fire or police
it
department.
goes from 7:21 to 5:52
Two bingos
to
for me.
7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. they're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McKay, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 1214, 1218, or any of the subsequent 1229, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Fact of the matter is, according to those Celebrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
Oops.
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two,
An hour of your
So,
phone
on
calls to
John
the
O'Keefe's
dead
phone,
guy
right?
were
You know, he
deleted.
deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake, John O'Keefe's phone, and all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague.
That's-
There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
Please.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are it's all redacted.
So
A lot of calls are missing from your phone.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as
It
contacts.
doesn't matter. The
Mr.
phones
Dave,
are missing.
You just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14, 12:50.
I believe there was one on there.
5:52. That's the next morning, ma'am. Right?
Were there other calls in that time period?
Don't ask
on
him questions.
To celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right. Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McKay? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
For an hour.
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted
Deleting.
your phone call logs,
Right.
correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
Wow.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Look through those.
No, we haven't got to her Googling how long does it take to die in the cold. We haven't got to that yet. I think this cross-examination is going to go into tomorrow.
Given that I'm
no,
gathering that it's a full day, not a half day.
this is a prosecution witness, and we're in cross-examination
Well,
right
Mr.
now.
Lally is looking through that packet. Can I just ask to make sure the record is
This
clear?
is the prosecutor.
Did you delete any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with
No,
the two
did you
officers
delete
that I
any
handed my phone
calls?
over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters, and they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you deleted, did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I
Yes or freaking no?
do not recall deleting any phone calls at all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any
Yep.
phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls, but you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I
don't
not
think I've
recall
ever deleted
deleting
a phone
any
call from
phone
my
calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
So the
Did you
cops
delete
did it.
any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any
Which
of your
is it?
calls with Brian Albert,
no,
with Chris Albert,
no,
with Julie Albert,
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
So there's two choices. She deleted the
Ma'am.
phone calls or the cops deleted the phone calls. Neither one is good. Which is it? Did you delete it or did the cops delete it?
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents.
Here we go.
Wow. And while he's doing that, DCV Titan with a Canadian $5 says nobody thinks she's doing good. You
Could be about
underestimate
10
law and
pages
cuck
long. Do you
viewers.
recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen. Yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. It should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble.
Oh, wait, this is day 15.
Quote,
I've
Julie
had the
said
wrong
channel
day
4 is in
on my
DE.
banner.
You see that?
Yes.
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
You look at the next page, the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert. What is that answer?
Exactly.
There's the group chat agreeing to tell the police
Does
that
it appear to you
they
from
never
this
went in the house
chat that
of the law and order.
Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
Tell us.
He never went in that, tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just
Is
like
your-
she said I hit him.
Correct.
Oh,
So according to this chat, at least, the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
If he wasn't in the house, why would you have to tell people to say he wasn't?
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, right?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No.
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes.
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
Welcome, Kelsey, in
Immediately
Texas.
in the
I hope you'll
morning,
stick
I
around.
wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claiming that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents.
She was picking them up.
And you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend? That was just too much?
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone.
So you wanted to
It
check
was
on
a
her, but you
simple
didn't
thing.
check on her. So you
I
checked on
made
her.
sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
That was a little
Did you write a
argumentative,
text
but
to the group,
he needed to say
including
it.
Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote,
And went over the
timeline.
timeline.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house and quote unquote go over a timeline?
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your
Super
Honor.
helpful.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a
Well, she
timeline.
testified that
I didn't
Karen
make sure of
Reed said,
anything.
I
She
hit him,
was
I
the
hit
one
him,
that
I hit
asked
him.
me to do it.
What else
And
is
not
there to
only did
figure
you
out?
create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. That's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Are you sure of anything?
After this timeline was created on February 1st, at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
There was.
Yes or no?
On Tuesday, two officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
It was in your house.
So, using my question, she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me, and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
In your goddamn house.
Did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
Then say it.
That wasn't that hard.
Good Lord, woman.
You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe.
I was in the house, yes.
And you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting from?
I'm asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get
Oh,
to
it's
it.
probably somewhere.
Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
But then you did report her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Well, she's
Can
already
you show
got
me
one
where,
tooth
please?
pulled already, so.
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That's a
So
very
when you said a
Emily
couple
D.
minutes
Bacon.
ago that
You
you weren't
said
listening to
all
what
the
she's
stuff,
saying,
didn't you? All the
That
stuff.
was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about two different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
Okay, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have two events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person, and she was giving personal feelings about the situation, and I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported back to the group, yes.
So you're listening in on a police interview, correct?
It was a phone call.
One side of it, right?
It was a phone call.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it,
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she had made a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Carrie Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Carrie Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Carrie made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask
A little
you
bit of
different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when it was things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Carrie, maybe. I'm talking to Carrie. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Carrie Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Carrie Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Carrie in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with a story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on
Whoa.
in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Carrie Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167.
Really?
Yeah.
We're all giving very
Well,
identical answers.
You know, that's just like
Matt McCabe
your
texted the
opinion,
group,
man.
Brian, comma, sitting
Sorry,
separate.
Hayden. What did you say?
End quote,
good.
correct?
What did
Yes.
you say?
Doesn't
Say
matter.
it. Say it.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is
I was just saying that
reporting
they've
back to
all
Brian
said
Albert,
very identical responses
following
to
the
the
instructions,
questions.
we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise, let me ask a question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, "You listening?" Correct?
Yes.
Oops.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, "Cops here again," end quote, correct?
Correct.
She's giving him a
That
play.
was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Carrie Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Carrie Roberts was there.
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5 texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does
Wish you would know.
because they were in
sound
the other
travels
room.
between
You could
words.
listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
She's getting angry. I love it. Well, she's not getting.
You then
She is angry.
responded to Matt McCabe. I love it.
Mhm. Yes.
And then you responded about this interview you just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
Yes.
end quote, correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
Oh my God, these text messages.
So in order, those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not eavesdropping. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Gotcha, bitch. Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, everything?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend.
The guy,
Carrie
the man,
Roberts
you couldn't even say his
was
name.
in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Kerry was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him.
But you've
together.
already testified that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
We were all trying to figure out
If you heard
what had
that,
happened,
you know
because
what
that's
happened.
what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt? And
Good
Nicole?
God, what were you screwing John behind
For
everyone's
me
back?
and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
Got the story out that you're trying to get out through Kerry Roberts.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report.
Or in 12 interviews by the
Grand jury, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
I don't think so.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Kerry Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, you text the group, quote, Kerry talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, it's become a habit for you to keep tabs on Kerry Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You'll agree that over and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Kerry's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and over and over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue with the way that I phrased over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading
Girl,
way.
you are
Okay.
getting wrecked.
So at least one of us. I'll withdraw.
She thinks she won there. Haha, I got him to withdraw.
You consistently reported back to the group how Kerry Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Kerry saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote.
Oops.
And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look
Rather
on my
than on
phone.
text.
Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing more than let's not text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there, what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition, the
You shouldn't be
info
talking to anybody.
that Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going,
texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
So
Did you
private.
give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
So did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers, anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Kerry Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house. Him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asks how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is conflicted.
Okay, we'll call that first responder. Mark first responder off on your bingo card.
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
Finally, fucking bingo.
Tell me about that again. Pulled up in the car, and what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay, and then you just drove away?
No, Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay, and y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car, and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been an hour standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th, January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking. It's her friend.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yeah. Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No, I'm not snoring.
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
Ah, but an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
And she remembers in detail
was,
everybody
like,
who
5
was
of them.
there.
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we
Look
both
at that
went.
smirk.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I used. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over
This
everything,
is the defense witness,
how this all
defense
works,
lawyer
because this is all
cross-examining
brand
her.
new to us. And then they
Isn't the
asked me to leave the room.
You're about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them, like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
Did you have coffee and donuts at this meeting?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911.
What pictures?
Just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show. Okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and they'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mm-hmm.
You said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming, yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meeting. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Did he tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
And for those of you who don't know, Michael
So you've had a
Lank
lot
was
of
the
time
first
to come up with a
investigating
story
officer on this team.
about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Christine.
A lot of coincidences.
Yes.
Well, the judge is letting this go a little bit longer than she normally does. She's usually shut it down by now.
That's, by the way,
Hey, we've got over 600 likes.
What
Thank
did
you,
Mr.
everybody, for
Lally show
the
you,
727
in
here. Thank you
respect
so
of
much.
this issue about this meeting at Michael Lang's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you, Trooper Tully? What exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lang issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lang's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask a follow-up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lang's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask a follow-up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully, had you come down for an interview, he confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lang's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there. You're spinning all of this.
Gotcha, bitch. Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael Lang, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions?
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Mr. McLaughlin.
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
Oh, my Lord.
So Mr. Lally just happened to, what, just
wander around the
house. It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Well, why is that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Oh my God, this
Brian
woman.
Tully taking notes?
No.
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness, and
he was.
Objection.
Uh-oh, she's exasperated now. She's gone beyond anger. She's into exasperation zone.
The same report that has you at Michael Lang's house also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you did a drive by 34 Fairview. Giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Oh my God. I knew this was going to be a great cross-examination. I didn't expect it to be just this absolutely brutal. And Project Calm with the $5 as best investigators. We need to interview a witness. Where should we do it? Let's go to the other witness's house and let her listen in. That's what she's saying. And Cloak and Glomer with the $5. Thank you so much. Jen's a hot mess of drama and confrontation. I believe we know the real Karen is who the real Karen is in this, and it's not Ms. Reed. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Project Calm with the $5. This is not an, use my house for that interview. I love to be helpful, especially when I have things going on.
Jurors, we're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
All right, so about another 7 minutes. And Jonathan Drennan, the other shoe has dropped. Get her, AJ. And so the general sentiment, does the state have any case at all? Not yet that I've seen.
We talked in some detail about your calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that conversation? Yes. I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes.
You've seen the Celebrite extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you.
Hi, Nicola.
Correct?
Correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you, if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was
correct.
There was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone.
Ooh.
Correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
So the report lying? Is your phone
Let me
records
ask you another
lying or
question.
are you?
Have you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life. Everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone?
You call
What do
it.
you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
Looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it?
No.
Please.
I'm asking you a different question. At this other proceeding, which you were under oath,
Yes.
right? You explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Or actually 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
More
Claimed
butt
that every
dials.
one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
Oh, shit.
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket and that was it.
Doesn't anybody lock their
When you
phone?
dial someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. It takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. People call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
Good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes,
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
correct.
Or they answer.
The
So
call
in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes,
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to interact with the phone once to butt dial, John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I mean, I guess I don't have it all right
She
in
knows
front
how
of
to
me,
work
but
that
there were
butt,
also
I
text
guess.
messages
Yeah.
I was sending. So again, maybe I said, oh, shoot, I called them, and then I turned it off.
7 times?
But your claim is you don't remember
Fuck
those
off.
incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voicemails from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The period between 1229 and 1250, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out the door. Thank you.
thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Now, tomorrow will be a full day. The forecast is going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, could be really hot in here. So maybe bring us sweaters. All right, let's keep going. Thank you.
You're closing and leaving your notebook. All right.
All right, people. That brings us here to the end of day 15. And super thanks to Hayden, who's been here until 3 a.m. his time. It's only 2
I'm going to
a.m.
regret
here
this in the morning.
Now, here's the deal. Let's just say, I was planning on, like, I do these half days, the full thing. The full days, I do recaps. There is no way I'm not watching the end of this cross-examination. So we're gonna put our usual Wednesday stuff aside, and we're gonna watch this trial until the lunch break tomorrow, and then I'll do an afternoon recap. But we're gonna do the entire morning session tomorrow, like we did today. This is incredible. Hayden, takeaways from that cross-examination.
If there is anybody on that jury that does not have a modicum of reasonable doubt based on how many lies she just got caught in, I'm concerned for the jury system as a whole in America.
Oh my God. Like I said, I was waiting for this because he had 3 days to prepare for, I mean, he's been preparing for years, but he's had 3 days to specifically respond to her testimony from last Thursday. God, he's had 4 days. I guess it was Friday. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. They didn't have court yesterday. He's had 3 days to prepare for this. I knew it was going to be brutal. This was just an outright massacre. Oh my God.
I'm half tempted to show this to junior lawyers, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, he's doing a phenomenal job. This is a great cross-examination. And he's getting righteously angry at the right times. He's not acting like it's a put on. He's not going over the top. He's playing this well. And
he's laying the bear traps, and she's stepping right into them. Even so, the thing about whether or not she's committing perjury now, or whether or not she committed perjury then, and setting up for the the phone calls and the butt dialing, I still would have liked to have heard, because someone was kind enough to actually send me the audio of the 911 call without the window wipers. So I had a quick look at that, quick listen to that as well. And like clearing that up and that sort of thing, I personally would have liked to hear the rest of John's voicemail played in court. But I think it's interesting that he didn't, that Jackson didn't. But I think that he can rest easy today because he has done a bang-up job, and I think he has done a sufficient job to show the jury that this woman has lied through her crooked teeth.
He had to throw in the crooked. I mean, and seriously, when people were talking about it in chat, like, how has anyone ever actually butt dialed someone after about 2012?
You can't talk, Mr. Butt Dial Banhammer, okay?
No, that's with the phone open and just laying on top of it while you sleep. That's different. This is opening your phone, and everybody has iPhones. You can't. It will not engage in your pocket. It's not
you
like
can't butt dial with an iPhone.
It's not a pressure sensitive thing like Androids are. You go ahead, try to use your iPhone with gloves on. It don't work.
And I can promise you that tomorrow, when the judge asks, "Did you discuss this case with anybody?" she'll be again lying through her teeth because
when she says no.
I promise you, she's going to be discussing that with at least her husband. That's for sure. Because that was, I mean, it's not nice seeing your partner get screwed in front of a whole bunch of people. But oh wait, he wasn't in the room though, was he?
No. But he's not a witness anymore, so he's probably watching at home.
He may well even be watching this. In which case,
yeah. Oh my. So yeah, that's this was a great day. This was incredible, man. I'm enjoying this a lot. This is really good. Whew. All right, so we're going to do this tomorrow, the morning session. We'll do it again Thursday, and I'll have a very, very short stream on Friday. And then I'm fucking off on vacation with Hayden for a couple of weeks. So there you go. I'll have some stuff uploading while I'm gone and pop in when I can, do streams when we can and whatnot. This is why I didn't cover the entire trial every day live, because right at important points, I'm going off on vacation for a couple of weeks. We'll do our best to keep us updated and stuff like that. So I guess we'll wrap this up because it's getting late for everybody.
No, fair enough. Depending on timing, I'll be back doing the rewatch of day 12. We're about halfway through, and then we'll probably move into day 13 to try and catch up a bit. Beyond that, Thursday, I will not be having any streams. And then Friday, I've got a pre-record that'll be going out Thursday. Oh, no, so technically Thursday evening, because my Friday morning is your Thursday evening. So US time, Thursday evening, there'll be a pre-record. I'll be on the plane Friday. I land Friday morning. There'll probably be some sort of streaming throughout Friday because I'll have nothing better to do. But anyway, guys, as always, you're not a piece of shit. You have value and you do contribute to society just by being here. Make sure you hit the like button for Jeff. No, I'm pointing that way, not that way. Which way am I supposed to be pointing? Hit the button for Jeff. And I need to go to bed, so I'll talk to you all later.
Well, make sure that you subscribe to Aussie Overlord as well. Don't let him be all humble. Get over there, subscribe to him, like every video he's ever done, and me as well. I would appreciate the subscriptions. We are very, very close to the next goal, the next even 1,000. We just need a few more. So hey, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, tell all your friends about the channel, and don't miss this tomorrow when we continue the cross-examination for the second day of Jennifer McCabe. Ladies and gentlemen, mods, thank you so much for being super awesome mods. You're the best mods that have ever modded anywhere. Vice Squad, all of you in chat, we've still got 619 people here. We had almost 800 at one point. You are now all members of the Vice Squad. You are great. Thank you so much for the support, the membership chats, the monthly memberships, the membership chats, just keeping us entertained here. Stand by for more tomorrow. Everybody take care. We will see you same bat time, same bat channel. Cheers, peace, oot, bye.